that did not work. I guess it kinda did, but need an extra widget or something. Whatever. Up, hearing? Hopefully you can hear the game. That's all you should be able to hear at least. No one's scared. I'll just get rid of it for now. I'll just look at chat from the other window. Fine. Let's do like a split thing. That should work. But yeah, I can't wait to keep getting notifications over and over again about my bitrate. Wrong button. How long should the coal take? I think at the rate I'm at, it's probably gonna be like 20 hours. Probably. Crazy as that sounds. That better. I'm trying to adjust my mic. Up, emulator. I do want to stream more. I'm trying to readjust to streaming again. If my TV would ever turn on. Doing pretty good, honestly. Up, Avery. Been a little while, actually. My TV will actually turn on, Jesus Christ. So, okay, so pretty much the plan for the nether, or before the nether, I want to mine the coal. I want to do all the Patreon stuff that I was technically supposed to do a while back. But I will still do that. Which is basically putting any new members or previous members on the wall, any legacy members, and then anyone else goes on the beacon that I have. Or it's either on the wall, like as a special thing, like a block art, I guess, type of thing. And then there's a beacon, which is for certain members, and then the lowest members get a sign on the wall. So, there you go. Okay, finally, god dang. That's long enough. My controller at the... Is it really that bad? Because I may have to adjust my mic. I want to hear what it sounds like real fast. Laggy. Give me a second. See what this sounds like. Why is it so, like, gritty? A second, let me adjust my stuff real fast. I don't know why it sounds like that. Maybe the wire's loose or something, because it didn't sound like that last time. How about now? Is that better? A little bit? Because it didn't sound like that last time. I know that for sure. Okay, give me a second then. Let's see. I don't know why it sounds like this, to be honest. How about now? I turned it down a little bit. I'm gonna see if that one changes anything. I know I'm a bit quieter, but it could also be because I'm trying to do I'm changing my audio source. Okay, give me a second. Let's try this. Okay. Turn you off. I don't know why it's sounding like this though. It really could just be the settings that I set it at. What is happening, man? Okay. How about now? Up, Mini Cooper, Jeremy. What does it sound like now? Why does it... That's so weird. I don't know why it's like that. If I do this... Wait a second, I'm gonna try something. If I do that... And then... that... Okay. Okay, how about now? How does it sound? Is it back to where it was? God dang it, man. Why does it do this? Okay. I don't understand. Does this exist? Try this. Great. I'm just gonna go back to what I was doing. So annoying. Okay. How does this sound? Also, can you guys hear the game audio as well? Should be able to. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'll figure something out on that. I don't understand why it's like that. Cause I was trying to separate the desktop audio with the like streaming audio, and it just doesn't work apparently.
lag has gotten worse for every single time. My voice is also going to be kind of quiet, so just keep that in mind. Else I might turn it down even more. It's not like you have to really hear it that much anyway. How much is actually left? A lot. Apparently.
Honestly, yeah, no, this version definitely is quite nostalgic, especially since no one plays it anymore. Or it seems like, or okay, no one, but you know, bit of an exaggeration on that one. But a lot of people definitely ditched this version. I don't entirely blame them, especially with all the new features. weird playing normal worlds on this, and I'm just like casually grabbing thousands of blocks of coal. Or it's just weird playing different worlds and then coming back to this one, and it's just like just so much. I still have so much coal to place, by the way. I'm pretty sure. I still have all of this one. Ooh, wait, lag, god dang. Maybe not much actually. Maybe this might be actually kind of doable. How much is left actually? Oh, well, never mind. Change my mind. I still have several double chests. So, honestly, that's kind of a tricky one about repairing my tools. Honestly, just because I've mined the overworld, I think I'm just gonna make a giant farm. Why is this empty? Whatever. I think I'm just gonna make a giant mob farm in the overworld. I do have a skeleton farm that I could use. Yes. Yeah, I still have several double chests left. This is definitely not over. Like, I probably still have another, like, 10 hours of placing, probably. Just placing the coal. It's not even counting mining it, which is gonna take even longer. So I'm definitely going to have to get, go on break fairly soon, probably in like an hour or so. Even though I know I've only been streaming for less than 30 minutes. Mostly streaming for less than 30 minutes. I think it's honestly insane the fact that, at least for me, I think I've probably, at least by the time I finish all this coal, would have mined 100 hours worth of coal. So I would have placed and mined 100 hours just with the coal alone, not counting any other resource. Yeah, the nether's 8 times smaller. Well, at least for the most part. The weird thing about the nether, though, if I'm mining it out, even though it's only 8 times from, like, one side to the other, X and Y, or X and Z, the X and Z axis, it's still pretty high up, so it's not, like, super small, you know? Because I still have to go from top down, which is probably what I'm gonna be doing. It's gonna be weird. I don't know how I'm even gonna, like, take down the nether, like chunk it. I really don't know how I'm gonna chunk the nether, but I know the first thing I'm getting rid of is the lava, that's for sure. That's absolutely the first thing I'm gonna get rid of. I'm not doing anything else. I guess, except placing beacons. I guess it's probably the very first thing I'll be doing. Once I actually get to that point. I still have to do some preparations before that, I think. Like getting all the sand, all the wood to place the sand on. There's still a few things. May get some more pickaxes, probably. up wacky. I hope I can stream more, honestly. Because I feel very split right now in terms of my attention, or just in general. What I actually really want to work on, you know? And I'm trying to like really, I guess, thin everything down. Thin my goals down. Not reduce them per se, but just like, you know, focus more on one. Then try to do like 3 at once. That is true, actually. I guess I could mine it down to a specific level, then remove the lava. There's just so much lava. I don't know, maybe. I either have 2 options. Mine everything down to lava, and then, get rid of the lava, or I get rid of all the lava, then mine everything down. But I don't know yet. Because I'm not trying to get rid of all the lava immediately. I just want to get rid of the main chunk, you know, the big chunks of lava with the on the floor of the nether. I think I would rather just get rid of the lava, just so I don't, or at least the mass majority of the lava, before I actually even touch mining everything. But I guess we'll see to that point. So it's surprisingly more difficult than you would think to walk backwards and place these blocks. It's be surprisingly quick, because you can't just hold down the button. So with the lava on this version, you can't. I don't think you could save it, because this is 1.14, which is crazy to think about. How old this version actually is, all things considered. I really wonder what XP level I'll get at by this point with all this coal. Had to do it. But I really wonder what level, because I'm already at 281, which takes forever to level up anyway. I wonder if I'll hit 300. I severely doubt it, but I mean, it's not out of the realm, I'd imagine. course it's raining, because it's gonna make it even worse, the lag. It already isn't bad enough. I'm genuinely surprised that game just doesn't crash. I think it just shows how good, or just how optimized this game is in general. That's one thing about this game that is so good about it, is just how optimal it is, or optimized. It's so crazy to think about, honestly. Finally on layer 3, all the coal.
Why do I have iron ore? I didn't even realize I grabbed that. I still have all this iron, don't I? God dang it, man. Forgot about all this iron. Didn't even realize I left all this iron, holy Christ. I forgot why I never used blast furnaces for this. I really can't remember. Yeah, I guess I'll use some of it. Use some of this coal for a little bit of iron that I have. Yumi. Yeah, actually, I don't remember why I never made an auto smelter. I don't specifically have a reason, I don't think. I think it's just because it just this kind of works. I don't even remember what my reasons were, to be honest. I think partially was because I didn't want to make hoppers, but I can't exactly remember why.
Also, I think if I remember correctly, it'd be incredibly expensive. Just because of the sheer quantity of um iron and gold I had at the time. Okay, there's definitely some improvements I could have made on this, but I just didn't care enough. All I really cared about was getting the project done. I really didn't care that much about, you know. I really didn't just care. Yeah, no, I just straight up just didn't care, to be honest, about the, about optimizing every single thing. It just didn't really matter. What's up, dirt block, I guess. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, I've seen some of those auto smelters, and when you consider the amount of stuff I have in this, the sheer amount of stuff I have to smelt, which was like, I forgot how much iron I had to smelt at one point. It was a lot of iron. And just the sheer amount of time it would take to even build an auto smelter, and I don't know, it would just, I just don't think it'd be worth the hassle. Cause I could just build like hundreds of furnaces and just place them in there and smelt super quickly. This is a lot of coal. I forgot what the actual number is. It's well above 50,000, I'm pretty sure. I can calculate it once I get to the end, but it's well above. Like, this is my third row, so I just finished 2 rows, and this, besides these torch patterns, it goes from here all the way over 100 blocks width, and how many blocks? Like 400 blocks in length. Or something like that. I don't know. It's a lot though. I will try calculating it by the time, whenever I mine it. Hopefully I don't forget. I will try calculating it. It won't be too difficult though. Or at least I'll get an estimate. I may not get like an exact number, but I do want somewhat of an estimate. Because, I mean, estimation's all I really need for this type of project anyway. There's no reason to, you know, have exact numbers. There's just no point. Wow. Landed on me. Last block. Coal ore. Yes, heavily represented here. Up, Piran? Been kind of busy with other things and trying to manage my time and stuff like that. It's a lot. It's been quite a bit. Don't think I could really sum up what I've been doing the last 2 years, honestly. All that really matters is I'm finally back to this project. Thing I want to actually finish. Means to an end, for once. Finally actually having the guts to finish this project and actually, you know, get back the momentum just really. So pretty much the plan is to place all the coal, then mine it all, which is probably going to take a good 20 hours. Probably. Somewhere around that number at least. Maybe even more, honestly. And then after that, I want to do all of the benefits people pretty much should have gotten a while back, but which is like the Patreon stuff. So like the dollar, the coal Patreon, where I put people's name on a sign and put it on around the world. And then like a block art for the legacy Patreons members. And then the other tiers, so like iron, gold, emerald, diamond, or something like that. I can't even remember actually what the tiers were, to be honest. Pretty sure that's the tiers. Then I can finally start really prepping for the nether. Like getting more pickaxes, repairing my tools, stuff like that. And then I can finally tackle the nether. I might do like some smaller, fine adjustments, I guess you could say. along the way, I guess you could say. Like, I realized I didn't even take the iron out of the rest of the iron out of the furnaces that I smelted. That's just an example, but beyond that, that's the general game plan. And then I can just mine the nether, hopefully from top down. Well, first thing I'm going to be doing is get rid of the lava, and then mine the nether. Or actually mine it. And then I can start working on building a mob farm for the end. Literally the end. So I can repair my pickaxes when I get to that point. Then I'll be finally done. Which, unfortunately, even with consistent, very consistent planning and consistent playing, this all of these doing, you know, the coal, all of the stuff, the nether prep, mining the nether, getting rid of the lava, getting rid of the inge, building the mob farm, whatever, all of those things, that's probably going to take another year, maybe 2 years. Alright, see appearing. Do it all again, Jesus Christ. Yeah, let me just do the entire thing but faster. Just mine the world speedrun. Mine all dimension speedrun. Instead of 3,000 or whatever hours, maybe even more honestly. Instead of 3,500 hours, maybe I can crack it down to 3,250. Something like that.
can't imagine finishing this and then just changing the world size so large. It's like, hey, instead of mining a 800 by 860 by 860 whatever world size, something like that. At least what I technically mined out. Just change it to a 5,100 by
5,000 by 100. I'm pretty sure if I spent my entire life doing that, I still don't think I would finish by the end of it. Which is crazy for me to even think about. I'm pretty sure, non-stop. If I did it for 8 hours a day, non-stop. Yeah, 8 hours every single day, non-stop, till I'm dead, basically. I still don't think I would finish. Which is crazy for me to think about. Well, you have to remember that, like, for this one, I spent like an average of 2 hours, something like that. Average of 2 hours. Honestly, probably it might even be less than 2 hours, actually. If you're talking average, over a 5-year span. So do that 4 times and then multiply it by 32 or whatever, and you can get a rough estimate on how long it would take. Even then, that's being conservative. I could probably technically do it faster if I did it for like 12 hours a day, which would be ridiculous, spending 12 hours a day. That'd be like almost pretty much impossible unless I like retired, like I instantly had enough money to retire and then just spent 12 hours a day. Mining a large size world. I forgot how many years it was, but I just know that I won't finish, to say the least. I'm pretty sure if I spent maybe every single waking second to doing this, maybe. Like 24 hours a day. The most unrealistic number probably possible. 24 hours a day, every single day. Great. Java might be faster. I don't know. That's pretty insane though, you got an 816 by 816 done in a year. I have mentioned that though, that if I actually spent the time to do this project pretty quickly, I could have done it in a year. But I never bothered, right? I mean, I've been doing this project pretty casually. Like, I don't think I've really truly devoted myself to something. I don't think it's even really that healthy to do that anyway. Like, as devoted as I can get to something, as much as I want to do a certain thing, it's like, I just don't know about that. Like I get grind mentality, but like, that still only should go that far, right? Okay, yeah, Java's definitely faster then, because even on this version, 4 to 5 hours per day. I don't even know, because that's... I mean, I get 816 is... 816 by 816 isn't really as close to 860 by 860, but I don't know. There's also other aspects as well, as like how you repair your tools and, you know, how much water do you have too. That's also another aspect. This world had a lot of water as well. If there's one thing I probably would have changed on this world, it probably would be the, probably would have been mostly the seed. I don't know. It's not like I really cared that much about how fast I was doing this anyway. How fast I didn't really care. Those two things I did not care about, and that is how fast I did it and how many blocks I'm actually mining. I just did not care enough. It's kind of cool thinking about how much I've done, but I mean, I wouldn't have gotten what I've gotten if I only focused on speed and, you know, the amount of blocks I've mined. But I don't think anyone really... Well, okay, people kind of do care about that, but it's like, you can always mine more, right? And in this case, it's like, okay, I only have one world to mine out, right? And you would think people being this dedicated to mining, like even more dedicated than I would be to mining itself, would do a project like this, but nobody's done it that I'm aware of. That's why I've told people, I'm like, this project's more approachable than people think it actually is. But it's like, I'm not saying it's easy either. Like, people have put way more time into this type of stuff than I have. God dang. Yeah, no, Nether's way faster than the overworld. You have more blocks around you, just in general, and it's just faster. Like, you just move faster, and also something to consider is the fact that I'm on a controller, too. That's a big one. Oh yeah, less ores, too. It's just solid insta-mining. You don't have to deal with water, you don't have to deal with ores, you don't have to deal with any of that stuff. Lava's probably the closest thing, but even then, I think there's certain parts of the, nether that don't even have the lava, so. But I think the big one is the fact that, I'm not using a mouse or a keyboard. And trust me, I have tried, you cannot do that on this version. It is not compatible, I have tried it before. And I have tried insta-mining on a keyboard and a mouse, or mice, whatever, on my computer before, and it is definitely faster. Like, how fast you could just move your... How fast you could just move your mouse versus... versus a controller. Also, just it's like it's a combination of speed and precision that makes it much harder. Like, I think if I put in an 8-hour day, like if I put 8 hours a day, every single day, pretty much non-stop, if there weren't any issues, I think, if there weren't any issues, I could finish this in a year. I could have finished this entire thing in a year. Every single day, 8 hours. It'd take a whole year, still. Well, actually, I think if you account for the issues, I think it'd still take around a year. I think that's what I accounted for. I can't remember what the exact number was. It's around a year, though. Which is still kind of terrifying to think about, but for a project. I realize you also have sweepers too to get rid of it. I didn't even have that for this either. I don't know. I just think that like something like this. I mean, I don't want to just throw out numbers for this project because I know people just be like, oh well, insert person has mined more than it's like yeah, that's cool. That's the thing. It's like I don't want to sell this project on the idea of numbers per se. It's cool and all, especially when you consider the fact that once I mine all three dimensions, it'll hit a nice, neat 50 million blocks. I'm pretty sure by the time I finish everything, which is pretty cool. There is that too, but this is something I've always thought about. It's like I definitely don't want to sell sell it on numbers alone. I don't want numbers to speak for itself. I want the project to speak for itself more than anything, especially it being on the older version. Because there's a difference between just hitting a number and actually like having a clear goal, right? I mean, or something that isn't just hitting a number, I think is a better way of saying it. Because I could just keep going forever. I'd be like, okay, well I could just keep, you know, like, oh, I've mined this much. Like, okay, I mined 30 million blocks, 40 million blocks, 50 million blocks. But it's like, I mean, I picked this project for a reason. It wasn't for the numbers specifically, even though it's kind of cool to think about. I'm actually curious, how many people have done, like, mine lots of blocks on Legacy? I just never see anybody mention it. I know you mentioned, of course, Java. Of course, Java is gonna have the highest, probably. I always just kind of wondered at that. Like, you've mentioned about leaderboards for, like, not Legacy, for Java and Bedrock. I'm honestly not surprised Sword King's at 10 million, or he's in contention for having the highest, considering I mean, I kind of, you know, took the torch for his project, so. Because I knew he was going to take such a long break after a certain point, which he did come back occasionally when I was doing this project. But he just never committed enough to it, so I decided to just do the project myself anyway. I think 10 million makes sense. I think that was roughly what I calculated when I was doing the project and seeing like what progress he made on his role, which was still, don't get me wrong, it was still mind-blowing at the time. I mean, honestly, before I even started the project, there was another group that started doing a project like this back then. His name was Knife or something like that. It was like Kenife or something like that. I don't remember. It's called Operation Excavation. They mined. It was a group of people, though. To be fair, group of people that mined. I think it was like 6 million blocks. Yeah, it was around 10 million, I'm pretty sure, because he did the perimeter around the world, which was 100 wide, I think, and then he did that around the entire world, and then he did 50 by 50 in the middle and stuff like that. I think if I remember correctly, something like that. Yeah, so that was the first group that technically got really far, or air quotes, really far into the project. But Sword King definitely, since for some reason I think the other group had a falling out, Sword King took the crown for a bit. And then it took me a while to actually come back and, you know, go beyond that number, which didn't take that long. It was less than, I think it was around a quarter of the world, I'm pretty sure. Once I got to that point. Yeah, he did a too tall area at the bottom, yeah. There is also that. So he did too tall area at the bottom, he did 150 by 50 perimeter in the middle, and then he did on the edges. I don't know how much of the edges he finished, but he got pretty close. And I think the next plan he had was he was gonna do like a cross. He was gonna make like a quadrant, a quadrant by quadrant basis at that point. I think that was his plan until he just completely ditched the project after a certain point. Don't get me wrong, his world is still mind-blowing though, to be honest with you. If you're talking like, especially from a legacy point of view, it's still pretty mind-blowing. Especially at the time for seeing it. Yeah, honestly. I have my map to do that, so I mean, like, I really didn't care how I was able to do it. I just was like, well, I wouldn't say exactly that, but, basically my plan for the world, I didn't exactly have a concrete plan, but pretty much I started, I think it was a 200 by 100, and then another 200 by 100, or something like that. That's when I first hit my million mark. Yeah, I don't blame you. Honestly, once you get to a certain point on how big, you know, these projects get, it's like you gotta have to start splitting it up, which is gonna make the nether really annoying on my end. Honestly. thinking about splitting it up into quadrants, but I don't know because I don't technically have coordinates in the nether. I think I do, but they're not accurate that I'm aware of, but I don't know how coordinates work in the nether for this version. To be honest. Pretty much, so yeah, I think I did 200 by 100, 200 by 100, and I did another 200 by 150 or something like that. And then I did I think I did another 200 by 100, and then another 200 by 100, like, vertically. So, like, if you go, on the beginning of my one, if you go from, like, if you go from the bottom left up, that's how I started it, which was 200 by 100, then you go to the right of that 200 by 100, another 200 by 100, and then another 200 by 150, I think. And then you flip that, that other one by, it's kind of hard to explain, I don't know. It was really weird. All I'm gonna say is, like, I basically pretty much did it quarter by quarter, or like, I went up into a quarter, and then once I got to that point, I basically kept it consistent. So I'd do like 431 by 100, or something like that, all the time. And I would just make like a clockwise rotation around my map. That's all I did. Once I got to a quarter of the world, I kind of knew what I was gonna do for the next 4 years, or whatever, 3 years, however long it was. However much was left, at least. So much water, though. Let me just tell you that much. God dang, man. I think if I remember correctly, I had to mine... what was it? I think just in one section of my deep ocean, I had to mine, I think it was sponge up 1.2 million blocks of water. I think total, I think it was like 5 million blocks of water. Kind of ridiculous. It was hundreds of thousands of sponges, or at least 100,000, at least 100,000 sponges or something like that, that I had to keep drying over and over again. The same like 50 to 80 sponges, however many sponges I had, whatever. 30 to 50 sponges in the world. I just had to keep doing them over and over again. I had to figure out a very systematic way to get rid of the water, which was basically 3 wide columns spreading across the section, and then pretty much placing sponges in very specific locations to get the most out of the sponge, and then go back. So like do 3 rows, and then I would go along that row with sponges, break those sponges, and then just rinse repeat until I ran out of sponges, and then just dried them up in the nether, insta-dried them, got all them back up, and just rinse repeated that for hours and hours and hours and hours. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to talk about it, honestly. Not only that, but I had to get rid of the hundreds of thousands of sand that I placed down too, with torches. I'm not doing that with my shovels. I will say that, I don't know how annoying getting rid of lava is going to be on this version, because I don't have the precision of a keyboard and mouse, so getting rid of lava is going to be a little annoying, just because of not having that precision. But I have some ideas for that anyway. I mean, first thing, I have, I think, 750,000 sand, So I could just fill my entire nether with sand, or fill my entire lava pool at the bottom of the world, or of the nether, sand. I could do that, which is kind of the plan, to be honest, but I need a fast way of actually placing it, so I'm thinking about placing a piece of wood near the base of the top of the lava, like the top layer of lava, and then just placing sand above and then waiting for the wood to burn, or, you know, just letting the wood burn and having all the sand fall. Because the problem with the lava is, you can't place it as fast as water. Like, you can't, you know, you can't do depth strider in lava and stuff like that. You have to place it one at a time. So I'm thinking the only way I could really do that quickly is by placing a piece of wood. Either placing a piece of wood and letting it fall, or placing, like, some kind of stone or a piece of dirt or something, and then just breaking that block of dirt. I don't know. I really don't know what I'm gonna do on that. Yeah, that's gonna be a fun time, in air quotes. Another thing I could probably do is get a lot of fire resistance. This is probably what I'm not gonna do, and that is to get fire resistance and just place the sand and just let myself swim in lava. But that takes so much fire resistance potions, that would not be worth it. In terms of storage and stuff like that, good lord. Sweepers might work, but I think I'm just gonna stick to manual work, to be honest with you. This entire project, everything has been manual, so. And I think I'm rather keep it that way, to be honest. As painful as that sounds. I think I'm gonna keep it manual. Just like every other part of this project. It'd be weird for me to just randomly switch to machine work. I'd rather keep what this project... Actually, really what this project initially was built upon, which was manually mining everything, basically. Okay, that's actually kind of funny. Trying to use the sand to mine more blocks. In my case, though, I'll just use torches. 'Cause torches, I mean, it's like I don't have to. I still constitute them as manual, so I mean it's not really that big of a deal. I don't have to like mine them with the pickaxe. I mean, I don't have to. When I say manual, it doesn't really mean I have to like. I have to use a pickaxe or shovel either, though. It's kind of weird. And yes, it is quite arbitrary, but it's like, I'd still rather just keep where it's always been. Like how it's always been. But I mean, all these things are pretty arbitrary anyway, so it's like... They're not too big, honestly. They're like 9, maybe 10 blocks. For the nether that I'm aware of, for the older generations at least, so it's not really too bad that I'm aware of. It's around 9. 8 to 9. I think with everything said and done, I think once I mine all of the, like, once I, you know, mine and remove everything from each dimension, I think I should have hand mined, or pickaxe or shovel, whatever. Pickaxe or shovel, excluding the water, it should be for around 45 million blocks. I think, somewhere around there. Chris, what's up, Travis? Oh, well. Actually, speaking of that, after once I reach the end, I'm going to, I'm gonna take a break. A little break. Get something to eat. Finally back. That took a little bit longer than I thought it would to come back. If anyone's even here, no idea. Oh, I know why. Wait a second. I know how to fix this. Oh god. Hiccups. Should work. I hope that works. Should have worked. Doing pretty good. How is the audio? How is about the mic? How is my mic? How does it sound? I'm doing some tests. Is it like weird? Is it like almost like talking into a fan? I have no idea. Um, okay. I don't know. I guess I'll see at some point. Guess we'll have to find out. What's up, funny duck? So for the nether, I think I'm probably just gonna get rid of all the lava, and then I'm going to go top down and just remove everything from the nether. I think that's how I'm gonna do it. I don't know how else to do it, to be honest with you. Coordinates aren't very reliable in that dimension for this version, so.
And even if I can use coordinates, it's gonna be hard to calculate stuff, so. And then the end, I'm probably have to make a mob farm in the overworld to repair my pickaxes. I'm gonna remove all of the obsidian. And then just go from there. Just mine everything else out. Also, how's my mic? Because I've been doing a lot of tests, and I have no idea how mic quality is. Am I like, does it sound like I'm talking through a fan, or is it like really choppy, or anything like that? God, dude, give me a second then. I don't know why this doesn't work at all. What's happening? I have no idea. I have no idea how this works. Whatsoever. I don't know why it's giving me such bad audio. Um, yeah, I have no idea. I'll have to figure that out later, I guess. How's the audio now? Or how's my mic now? Yeah, I have no idea. Okay, well that's the first step, I guess. How does it sound now? Because I think something, I don't know what it is, but something is affecting it. The Elgato software, something is messing with my audio. I have no idea. Yeah, how does it sound now? Okay, yeah, something is happening when I try to do just the Elgato software for some reason. I don't know why that's happening, but it should be good now, right? Should be good at least. Yeah, something is wrong here with the Elgato. I think I have a different setup. Oh well, I guess so. I guess for now, I'll just I just realized this is zoomed in from earlier. Um, I'll have to figure that one out later. There we go. I guess I'll just keep these settings for the time being. Okay, whatever. I'll just keep it for now.
Or leave one block. How much more coal? Oh god, dude. So much coal. I don't even know at this point. It's probably still, it's several double chests still though. Probably a good 20,000 left. At least. Yeah, this version was quite nice for its time. Really unfortunate they did just keep this game as like a baseline for consoles, and they just, you know, changed it to like, this would have been a pretty decent baseline game for Bedrock for sure, but it wasn't distinguishable to Java, but not Java. Yes. I guess it'd be kind of hard to move to, you know, have this be supported by mobile devices, but I have no idea.
did hear about that actually, just today. Funnily enough, which is pretty sick, honestly. Guess so. I mean, I guess I could try it like this, but it doesn't really. I don't know. This is just very consistent. Which is mostly what I'm looking for. Yeah. Just trying to. If I'm gonna be doing this for this long, I'm not gonna be putting much thought into what I'm actually gonna be doing. Especially with speed 2. Makes a huge difference. Yeah, I think I remember you. Sounds familiar. That name sounds very familiar. Not gonna lie. Like, nothing very specific, but it does sound familiar, not gonna lie. I say that about a bunch of names that I see on stream. Eh. Oh no. What? No, I'm not even gonna question. What's up, frog? Ran by the same person? What do you mean by what do you mean? Is what? Like same person for what? What's up, held? It's been a while. I think, I'm pretty sure. I have no idea. Unless you're talking about the other person that used to be on stream. Or on this channel a long time ago, like years ago. Like I think it's been, what, like 6 years, which sounds crazy. Almost 7? I think.
Which sounds crazy for me to think about, honestly. Yeah, that person left a while back, just because he was in the military. Went to the military, and we also were having internet issues and stuff like that, so he basically just dipped from the project, which is fine, because, I mean, he even admitted that he probably wouldn't be putting the commitment for something like this anyway. Yeah, I'm still friends with him. We actually just hung out a couple weeks ago. Or not even a couple weeks ago, just a week ago. Isn't that quiet? I've not played Hollow Knight actually. I'm not even sure if I've actually really seen gameplay of it. Legitimately. Maybe. Actually, I'm not too sure about that one though. Yeah, I was born in 2000. $19.99 kids. I mean, they're not really that different. I mean, I will say I definitely think I have much more similarities with someone who is in the 90s, that was born in the 90s than the 2010s at all. And I'm talking people that are like born in 2010. Maybe like high 2000s, like 2009, 2008, 2008, 2009, 2010, maybe a little bit further. Obviously, I'm not going to know that many because they're only like 18, 15 to, or like 10 to 18 or whatever. It's not much of a difference anyway. It's just, I've always found, I think I've always had a little bit more relations with someone who's born more in the 90s than above me. Which is kind of weird thinking about it. Yeah. Honestly, it's kind of hard to explain the last 2 or 3 years. But right now, at least I have a pretty consistent job. I can put more time into streaming and stuff like that. Assuming I commit to, you know, streaming. Or continue to commit to streaming, I think is a better way of saying it.
I think that name does sound very familiar. Like, I'm not completely in the dark on that name. I just don't really remember anything. Did you have a different name? Did you ever have any other different names that I might be able to remember? Because that name does sound very familiar. I just know when people change their names at all, that kind of can throw me off a little bit. And it's hard to remember a bunch of people, especially back then when I actually had more viewership. When I had, when I had high viewership or high sort of viewership for this channel at least. Yeah, I have no idea. That does not sound familiar, I'm not gonna lie. That question. Your name definitely does sound very familiar though. It's not like on the tip of my tongue, but it's not completely forgotten, I guess. But it's still hard to remember a lot of people's names because at that time, especially when I finished the project, like right around when I finished it, this channel was kind of popping off a little bit at the time. Also, to be fair, I don't really have that great of a memory anyway. I'd consider it. I can consider myself knowledgeable, I guess, in some ways, but not in terms of, memories, like actual memories. Maybe I'll look on the final stream or something. I might have to look on that anyway, because I want to remember how I did my layout and stuff like that. Because I had everything set up. I don't know why I don't have anything set up at this point. I don't know what happened. Maybe because I was using Streamlabs OBS instead of just OBS. Maybe that's what happened. I'll have to look at that. Can't believe how long ago that was, though. Finally done with that. God dang. Wow. Finally done. Yeah, that does not sound familiar, to be honest. That was like 2 years ago or something like that, though. Even then, I don't know. It was a while back then. I knew that was going to be kind of an issue, though, is actually remembering people. Back then. Because I'm like, if I do like a 2-year gap, then either people are going to change their names or something, or I just won't remember. There was a certain point where I did remember quite a few people, and then it just like slipped after a certain point. Just because it's like I just became less and less frequent to the point where I just stopped streaming almost entirely.
There's a lot of people who say that though, to be fair. Which is really funny. I'm like, you're expecting me to remember people's names? God dang, man. I could barely remember some of my coworkers most of the time. It's gonna be hard to remember people's names over stream. Luckily, there's other ways to remember people, like the icon and stuff like that, but there's still no guarantee I'm gonna remember your name. My memory just isn't that great when it comes to names, especially, or just in general in terms of, I guess, just remembering stuff. I can know stuff, but not remember stuff, you know? If that even makes sense. I'm like, good luck, people. Talking to someone who's pretty bad when it comes to remembering stuff. Like, there's no way I was gonna... the people who wanted me to remember their names, which there are some people I do remember. But that's only because they were either moderators that were on stream very, very frequently and stuff like that, or, you know, something like about... What in the world? Yeah, it's legitimately been years. No exaggeration. So, for seeing almost anyone on the stream. I mean, well, kind of. I mean, I guess you could count the, that one stream I did when I was mining the coal and then just dipped again. What's up, explosives? Yeah, I'm not surprised though. Chat being so dead. It's not like I've been streaming very often. 2 times in a year. 2 times in 1 year average, or whatever it is. Probably even less, honestly. Yeah, it was a big break, honestly. I could have probably came back like a couple months ago, but actually probably even longer, honestly, but I've been there's certain things I wanted to balance. Well, there's certain things I had to figure out at that point. There was like no other thing I could have done. But once I did have some stability, then it was more like, how do I manage my stability, right? It's very heavy in time management. Just figuring out what to do, like, because I do have other goals technically and other things, but like, how do I, you know, tackle them, I think is a better way of saying it. Because I've tried is that iron? Of course. I'm surprised I saw that actually. Okay, where is it at? There it is. Yeah. Okay. I do go to the gym, yeah. Well, I just recently started going back to the gym. I went a while, and then I basically dipped because I was trying to figure out other stuff. And now, because of stability, finally, for once, I can, wow, do I really not have enough coal to... Okay, fine. I will mine a bunch for this. Now I should be good. Yeah, I mean, these streams have never been big. I never expected these streams to really get too big, to be honest. I was never really expecting the streams to get pretty big. I mean, they got decent up to a point. I mean, there was a point I think where I hit 400 viewers, which is not bad, all things considered. Especially at the rate, how fast I was getting those viewers. When I hit my big explosion, I would say. Actually, why did I take that? Whatever. I will just... That's gonna be a mess to deal with later. Figuring out what else I have left to mine, but... Oh well. I typically don't really let anyone join, to be honest with you. I've been just doing this solo ever since my friend left for, you know, going to the military and having internet issues. I basically just took the reins and just went with it. It's really, yeah, no, it had legitimately has been 2 years. It's kind of crazy. He one fan. Okay, well, I definitely didn't finish this one. I'll just... This is gonna be really weird, me doing like this, but I'm doing it anyway, I guess. Okay, no, that's kind of awkward. I'm not doing it like that. I'll just do this. What's up, Brayden? Also, thank you for the, forgot to mention that, for the 100, for the, what is it called? I don't know why I can't remember the name, for some reason. For Patreon, I guess. I was gonna say, I actually forgot what the membership was called. I don't know why. Legacy. Oh, you actually got your button back, your additions button back. I was always terrified. I actually was it disabled updates for my game just in case after a certain point. So, because I know some people have lost their buttons, their addition buttons. I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna just have my world disappear out of nothing, basically. So. Did you have the digital version or the disc version? That's what I was just worried about that because I know the disc version was very susceptible to that happening to them. But I heard digital was safe from it, but I wasn't too sure. I wanted to play it safe anyway. It's not like the updates really mattered for me anyway. This game, it doesn't get updated anyway, so it doesn't matter. What the heck? Okay. Yeah. I do need to make more updates on my world. I need to make another backup or something like that. Maybe after I mine the coal, I'll make another backup. I actually almost lost this world because of a corruption on my hard drive on my old PS4. And it was, by the way, this was like 2 or 3 weeks before I finished my world. Like, finished the project. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's cool. We can add on. Yeah, this is why I only do one line at a time, because this is way faster by just doing one line. Console is kind of weird, because it's like, at least the controls. I have to keep my controls very simple, because I just don't have the precision with the controller to do complex movements. This is still Legacy. I technically have Bedrock, but I just, of course, I don't use it on this version. Not saying I haven't played Bedrock before. No, that was definitely a terrifying moment. The game isn't 100% updated. I think there's a few more updates, technically, to Bedrock version, but I'm like, there's literally no point in me updating it. It doesn't affect me at all. Updating Bedrock is going to do absolutely nothing for me, because it's like, I play on Legacy, and this version doesn't get updated, so there's legitimately no point in updating. I'm not going to take that risk. I don't want them to just randomly decide, you know, bigger companies, they tend to do that for some reason. Where they just ditch older versions for some reason. I'd rather not just keep updating it. Because the more updates, the higher risk of that even happening. They'll just sneak that in somehow. I have seen that with, somehow bigger companies do that. I do want to, after this is all done, I do want to try to get people in, maybe. Maybe I can make that a Patreon benefit or something like that at some point. I think that would be kind of cool, actually. I'd have to do it when everything is done and stuff like that, though. At some point, I might try something like that in the future. I mean, there's not really that much to like do or have or see or whatever, but I mean, I guess it'd be kind of cool to. I guess it'd be cool to see or experience, or you know, it being on Legacy and all. Maybe at some point. I think I might make that a special bonus for Legacy members in the future. Oh my god, lag. That'll be a little further down the line though. Maybe I'll make it where do Legacy members and they can put their own name on the wall. Even then, there really isn't. At that point, it's like, dude, you're not really following anything. At that point, it's more like a monument world than anything, or a relic. To this version, I guess you could say. You know, this version itself is basically a relic. How long have I been streaming for? $3 hours. Yeah, I might go for another hour. Then I'll end it. See how far I get, honestly. It's either another hour or I finish this layer. It's one of the two. That's pretty cool. Actually, I'm gonna set a timer. I don't know why I didn't think about doing that. So now, I'll set a timer for an hour. It's basically this timer goes off and I end it, or if this timer goes off and I end it, or or I finish this layer in an hour, whichever one honestly comes first. Either one. What's up, Brooklyn?
No, you good, don't worry.
I think I'll be good for now. For joining. I'm trying to spend my time just general, just trying to figure out what I want to do time-wise, or how I'm, you know. And to be honest here, there really isn't that much, I don't really have too much interest in the game itself, which is really funny saying that, but not too much.
As it is. Yeah, I got it, don't worry.
Thank you, by the way, for that.
What's up, Bacon Man?
Yeah, I'm gonna clear the nether, and pretty much after this coal is done, gonna be a while, and after I do all the Patreon stuff, like all the benefits that they get for the world, then I can start working on the nether. Maybe I'll make a little teaser video or something, I don't know, just for fun. Maybe, I don't know. I thought about doing that. Maybe I'll do like a teaser plus like an explanation. Or something like that, I have no idea. Honestly, I've been really enjoying ChatGPT for just getting information. What I mean by that is like learning certain concepts and stuff like that. It's really nice for just learning concepts. That's what I mostly just use it for. I don't really care that much about any other question. If it's too calculatable, like too calculation heavy, I'm probably not going to use it. If it's too... Yeah, if the output is too specific, then I'm not going to do it. But if it's just raw data, like raw information about a concept or whatever, or like related concepts, then yeah, absolutely.
It's pretty good about that stuff, honestly.
At least it's a good baseline. Anything that's either too calculatable or too calculation heavy, or it's very controversial, meaning like it has multiple viewpoints or multiple point of views. That's pretty cool, honestly. Now, to be fair, I will say I do technically just use the free version. So, I mean, I don't know the differences between the paid and the unpaid. So, I don't know how that works with the calculations and stuff like that. Like, I know there's still limits to calculatable stuff, like calculation heavy stuff, which is why I technically don't use it. And honestly, I'd rather just learn how to calculate this stuff myself most of the time. I think it's more useful to do that anyway. Like, I'd rather learn the concepts on how to calculate something, or learn how to do something with the concepts ChatGPT gives me, versus just having ChatGPT do it myself, or do it itself, whatever, however you say that. That makes sense. That's a lot to say in one sentence, but It's yeah, no, it's so good with concept. Since I work at like a cabinetry place or something like that, like for woodworking, I can just look up. Can you explain or can you give me as much information on woodworking, or as much information on, say, MDF wood, or can you explain the differences between MDF wood and white oak and stuff like that? And it will give me the answers, which I mean, wasn't too hard to figure that out anyway. But it's just good for stuff like that. I just wouldn't be like, okay, can you find X when yada yada. You know, I wouldn't do like an equation or whatever. I would at least learn like how to do it. Maybe learn like what I'm working with or something like that. Maybe not specifically how to do something, but just what I'm working with. I never really probably asked how to do something with that. At least with the free version. I could maybe see doing it with like the paid version. It's probably more accurate, I'd imagine. But it's just so good at just giving me the concepts and just some idea of like what I'm working with. And then I could just use that on how to do something, you know? I'm just using the tools. It's just giving me tools, giving me toolkits, or a set of tools for me to use instead of letting it do it for me, I guess. But that's all I really use it for. I don't think I really have much opinions on them, honestly. It's so good for that, seriously. Even the AI, like the Gemini or whatever, is pretty good for that. I know people don't like it, but I like. I remember I was telling my friend about it. He was saying that I was like, he was surprised that I use or confused at why I even use the AI thing. It's like I just use it for a very specific purpose, and that is to get data. Nothing controversial, nothing like that. It's basically just the rawest, just way to learn a subject or whatever it is. Like fundamentally learn something. Am I gonna learn like nutritional facts about that stuff, or like the best diet on the specific body type or whatever, or something like that? Probably not. Not saying there probably aren't any like gyms involved with AI with stuff like that, but that stuff just gets so controversial and specific that it's like it gets, in my opinion, a little too nuanced to trust AI for something like that. But I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe the paid versions are better for stuff like that. That's pretty cool, honestly. That they actually even have that. Or emotion predictions. Cheat on your homework. I'm not surprised, honestly. Imagine people use that. I know my friend used it a lot when he was in college, so. That's pretty cool, though. You kind of made like a version of yourself. AI version of yourself. Is it enough coal though? Yeah, I mean that would make sense if you're feeding information about yourself to something else. Then of course, I mean that would make sense. It's just crazy that it can actually represent and like actually tailor responses to that particular, almost like an archetype in a way, like a character in a story. That's pretty cool though. Is this enough coal? Never not enough coal. I'm gonna regret saying that when I start mining it, when it takes like 20 hours just to mine the coal. Because if you think place is gonna take a long time, oh my god, oh boy. I tell you, mining is way slower than placing all of this. God dang, man. I do not have a TikTok. That's pretty insane, honestly. What's up, Damien? Ooh, jeez. Lost what I was doing. I really will count how much coal. Actually, I might count after this stream is done, or like right as I'm finishing it. Just as like a current update. God, okay, that like really tripped me up. That probably is really weird to do. I mean, I could read the comments. Pretty sure I answered it too, but I'll read through them. Yeah, I've definitely, because I'm typically the sober one if I'm at a party or something like that. And it's really interesting talking to people when they're drunk. I mean, the worst I got was tipsy, to be fair. And even then, like, I still had pretty good control. Actually, I had really good control as long as I, you know, didn't use too much energy. I could feel it though, that's for sure. Not exactly the like the biggest, don't really like the feeling that much though, to be fair. Like, it's okay, but I'm really not into that feeling that much. It's already bad enough kind of being a little tipsy a little bit. I can't imagine being actually full on drunk though. Which is why I haven't really committed to even trying to have that type of feeling, because I'm like, it's already that bad. If that feeling's already not too great, I mean, I already said earlier that I didn't have a TikTok. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if that's still the same thing you're trying to get. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, it's a party. You're supposed to, you know, have fun, but it's like, I don't think I very much enjoy being drunk, or really any. I wouldn't say any influence. Even then, I don't really notice effects of alcohol at smaller doses really at all, to be honest with you. I wouldn't even say irresponsible. I'd just say just straight up. I just don't really. I just straight up don't even like it, honestly. Well, I mean, I said it earlier. I don't know if you actually heard it or not. I was also talking a lot too, so it was kind of in on that mumbo jumbo stuff that I was talking about earlier. I'm kind of mumbling right now, so all the mishmash of stuff. At the same time, I'm almost like, wonder how much self-control I actually have when I'm under influence, that much of an influence. I know I'd probably just feel sick, and that's the thing that kind of annoys me. It's like, how in God's earth do you actually enjoy... Dude, if I'm gonna do that, I might as well just go on roller coasters and just get motion sickness, right? I'd rather do that than just get drunk. Because if I'm going to, you know, have that mental feeling that I don't really like anyway, that mental influence and psychological influence, how am I gonna like it going further than just, you know, it's like I already have that bad of an effect. I can't imagine having that psychological effect get worse and while being borderline sick. Simultaneously. It just sounds ridiculous to me, honestly. Maybe at some point I will try it, but it will probably be my last time. And my first time, probably. I would be genuinely surprised if I ever... Like, I might do it once. And by the way, it doesn't mean I haven't tried heavy stuff either, by the way. I have tried heavy stuff. Just not a lot of it at a time. Like, surprisingly, for someone who doesn't really drink that much, I have a decent tolerance towards it. I don't know if it's because it's more mental than physical, but I don't know. I don't know how, like, self-control works with Like, I know how it influences people psychologically, like how it influences people, but I don't know how like tolerance works and like how we kind of trick ourselves in a way. How people have literally tricked themselves into acting like they're buzzed or something like that. That's where I'm like, you're drinking something that you're expected to get drunk on. Are you psyching yourself out into being, having a buzz or getting drunk or whatever? Or is it actually, how much of it is actually just in your head, right? I wouldn't consider myself big. It could be just a mental state, though. I don't know. Because I know it's physical too. I know to a point it's physical, but where's the line drawn, right? Where does that line get drawn from physical to mental? Because if it was just purely physical, people wouldn't be acting the way they do, right? Because you're pretty much an entirely different person, or at least people act like they're entirely different people, because they get that influence into another part of themselves. I don't know. I don't know. Like, that's why I want to test it sometime. It's like how much how much can you just will yourself through it, basically? Like, when does willpower, or like, when can willpower just kind of, you know, force yourself to not make the decision? Because if there's one thing I'm oddly enough good at doing, and that's analyzing my own thoughts in real time. But I don't know how far that takes. Like, how far... I don't know where alcohol really, like, can take. What are these questions? That's why I want to test, like, is it mostly mental, or does, like, because physical would mean, like, once you start getting, like, actually sick, that's when it's, like, your body's telling you physically that's, like, okay, it's time to stop. But most of it, from what I've seen, is just mental. At least, like, analyzing people who get buzzed, who get drunk, who get, like, extremely drunk. Yeah, over 21. Because I've been around quite a few people in different types, different states, all of it, feels like at this point. And I don't know, I've just never really seen it where physical aspects really start taking over, you know what I mean? It's kind of hard to explain. What's up, Rafi? It's been a while. That would be more, because if you're like forcing yourself to not act in a certain way, that's more of a mental influence than a physical. Physical is literally like, I don't care how much, like, if you're riding a roller coaster or something like that, you get that motion sickness, there's no way your body's going to let go of that. Like, it's going to throw it up, right? Like, that's physical. That's something you just cannot control unless you can somehow, I guess, drink water or, something to alleviate it quickly, or like that's where the physical aspects, from what I've seen, start to occurring. But that takes a while. That takes a lot, apparently, it seems like. But it depends on, obviously it's person to person, but it still takes a lot from what I've seen, where even if people are mentally weak to alcohol, they physically seem similar, I guess, if that makes sense. I will try it at some point. If there's ever an opportunity where people were going to be surprised by it, because I've never actually gone that far, but there is a certain point where I do want to try it. I don't know when, I don't know where, but there is some point I do want to try it just to see. Because I'm just saying, like, when I was, like, buzzed, actually I would say a little bit past buzzed, I'd say almost tipsy. It took quite a bit to get to that point, to be fair. But it felt like... So... Yeah, actually, never mind. I kind of changed my mind on the physical part. Sort of. I kind of changed my mind a little bit on the physical part. Maybe it goes back and forth. Just thinking about it. Maybe it's like... What's up, Lewis? Because I did notice physical changes, but like I still had control to some degree. I don't know. That's why I'm gonna try it at some point. Just because I'm just like curious at like maybe both happen, but like yeah, maybe it's like different. Maybe it's like stages. Maybe like one stage is mental, then one stage is physical, then one stage is mental, and then another stage is physical, maybe. So like that happy feeling that you get like when you're kind of like that relaxed and happy could be like the first stage, then second is like tipsy, then third is when you start going to more almost like mental insanity, which I haven't gotten to that point, and then it's like sickness. Fourth stage, which is like sickness, which is where your body's like, okay, I've had enough. Get it out now. That's what I would say. Or at least from personal experience plus it's just I have just noticed most people just get turned down from the mental aspect, or like they get changed much more than physical, from what I've seen at least. Which is probably why I would think that, you know, I've always considered it more of a psychological influence, which I still wouldn't say it isn't still a psychological influence. I just wonder if the physical influence actually changed, or the physical influence the psychological influence. If that makes sense, so like the physical affects the psychological type of thing. Yeah, like yeah, that's... I wonder if those physical influences change the way people physically or psychologically handle the situation. So, pretty much we're talking about alcohol and how it influences our behavior, basically. I just wonder how much control you actually have, even with the physical influence. and like how that would affect you. In some capacity. So it's like your body almost, or I guess it's like, of course, the physical influence made you want to exercise, and then it's like that. I guess like that physic or psychological influence just took hold at that point. I don't know. It seems like it's like extremes where it's like you can never shift between certain states of your mind. It's like one or the other, right? It seems like when you're in a certain state, it's like almost like a tidal wave into another state, I guess you could say. That's pretty interesting. Though that you know what, that actually does kind of make sense though. I've heard, I mean, there is that like I want to say stereotype. I guess it kind of is a stereotype about emotions and affecting, or how alcohol affects people's emotions, which is still the mental state thing I was kind of talking about in a way. How did I get to the subject? I actually don't remember. I'll have to scroll up. How did we get to this subject, actually? Oh, here it is. Oh, it's because Brayden was talking about the... Yeah, you were talking about the... You were talking to the AI, or you were making AI, like, talk about you... Or, like, you were almost, like, talking to your sober self from being drunk or something like that. I'm pretty sure, at least that's how I understand it, kinda. Most people, honestly, from what I've at least noticed about people being drunk, it's like... It really is like happy or mad. Really. I guess that kind of makes sense. 'Cause from what I've seen, at least I've noticed, I don't know. I don't know. You would think a negative emotion would be the easiest to access being drunk, because you have less self-control. Well, supposedly, well, yeah, you technically have less control, which means you're going to be a lot more, not instinctual, but what is it called? Instinctual. What is the other name? I don't remember. But you're just gonna have less self-control, basically. And from what I've seen, negative emotions typically seem like the default. so I'm probably not gonna do any music, because honestly, I've tried the Monster Cat Gold, which supposedly is copyright free, but it's not. Yeah, unrestricted. So it's like extremes. But I just wonder how much control you have when you switch. Like, can you like switch and then switch back? Like, I wonder where that like self-control really, like the limit of that self-control happens, you know? That's what I'm kind of curious about. What's up, T-Mob? I think it's really just the alcohol, to be honest. Or, really, honestly, from what I've seen, this may sound weird, but just thinking about it, you mentioning that, about a person being negative in general, this may sound really interesting or not, I have no idea, but from what I've seen, people who typically are positive become negative, and people who are typically negative become positive. I don't know how that works, but it seems like people kind of like inverse. So like the people who I typically consider, okay, so they're not negative per se, because that sounds ridiculous to think about, but the way their attitude is towards things in general is mostly negative. They're usually very positive when they're drunk. From what I've seen, of course, the people who I've been around at least. Obviously this isn't a black and white thing, because, you know, they could still be very positive or negative about something. But, him being, or not him, but I guess just anyone, at least from what I've noticed, it is the opposite. Like, I know someone who gets, like, he could be, excited or happy about stuff, but most of the time he usually has negative things. Or, like, he's very easy to turn negative. Like, it's always extremes. He's usually pretty happy when he's drunk. But I also know another person who is usually super bright and like bubbly, but gets kinda, ooh god, a little angry when they're drunk. Now I haven't seen like, I actually don't think I've seen many people that actually get super sad when they're drunk. It's usually mad or happy, from what I've seen. Which kind of makes sense. Aren't those are kind of like the default negative and positive emotions that we have, so. There's probably a couple I've seen that get sad or whatever. But not a lot, from what I've seen. I don't know. I guess it would depend on what you consider, like, crying, because it's like crying could also be happy or, sad. So, like, I don't know. Emotions are very semantically weighted, so I guess. What files? Like for what? What? I don't know what you mean by that. JFK files. Like I think I know who you're talking about, but I'm not like sure like what you're referencing to though. There's a day, there will be a time and place where I will test it. I just, oh god, dude, I've just seen the side effects of being drunk. Ah, god, dude. Just like, how do you, like, I get it's like unrestricted and people really like that, but god dang, man. I've already had problems with being too unrestricted in most of my decisions. Why would I make myself... I'd rather be more restricted at this point. In terms of the way I act. Hence why I mentioned testing self-control thing. That's pretty insane, honestly. Yeah... I don't know what level I would have to be at, like what stage I would have to be at. Probably slightly past, or a little bit past where I've been. So like one stage above. So like, I went a little bit past like that, like chill to tipsy. I think maybe one stage past that, and probably that's as far as I would go. It's kind of funny, actually. But that's probably as far as I'll go. I don't see reason in going any further than that. How was I in high school? I mean, honestly, not that much different. I mean, yeah, I've definitely made some changes in the way I act, that's for sure. In certain situations, but overall, I'm pretty much the same, to be honest. There are certain behaviors that I did change, though, just for the sake of me being able to tolerate myself. Yeah. That makes sense, honestly. I'd consider it, yeah. I'd even say I'm even almost more chill now than I was back then. Like, I wouldn't consider myself stoic, but I'm getting like closer to being being closer to stoicism type of, or like at least just being able to mentally just take in situations and knowing how to deal with them, basically, while still keeping that chill type of behavior. Consistency, basically, is what I'm looking for. I typically don't read the news. I may hear something now and then, but for the most part, I don't. a big aspect of me being a little bit more consistent is that is true. But I've just learned how to, I guess, deal with stress, like adding stress, and how to like reflect, or I guess just like, you know, take on the burden without, you know, really any change. It's kind of just like whatever. Like I'm not saying that I'm not stressed at all. It's just I really do know how to manage stress way better than I used to be, which is probably my biggest change. And this is all types of stress. By this is talking like psychological stress, like pushing my like someone pushing my buttons in a certain way, or someone pushing me in a certain direction, I guess, like forcing feedback, or like in I guess trying to force decisions out of me that, you know, I typically will just break from or whatever, or something like that. But I just know how to deal with them pretty well. Like taking feedback from other people, what other people really need, knowing how to like prioritize certain tasks, when to learn certain things, what to learn from other people, listening to other people, setting boundaries, all that stuff. Just knowing how to manage all of that, at least for the most part. Obviously, there's niche situations that, of course, I'm never gonna truly know how to deal with unless I've been in them, for sure. But just knowing how to overcome them, that's probably the bigger thing, honestly. Honestly, yeah. High school is 9th through 12th. For us, over here. It's pretty funny. I think one of the biggest things I've just learned for
you know, dealing with stuff like that is just arming myself with tools and knowledge to deal with those situations, which is all you mostly need, as long as you have a baseline, and then you could just improve on that point. It's a big thing, it's just having some idea of what you're doing. Having some idea of what you're doing versus no idea is two entirely different worlds, because at least having some idea, even if it's wrong, at least you can change it and mold it. At least you cared enough to actually have a plan or an idea in mind to deal with something. Better than not. So this is something interesting I've been learning quite a bit. It's just having any idea, almost to the point of almost being delusional, almost using delusion as a way to deal with situations, I guess. It sounds really weird. I mean, as long as you're, you know, constantly filtering and getting more information on it, or feedback, really. That's just something I've always considered. Honestly, honestly, life has been, especially in the last, like, month, it's been pretty nice. Can't really say too well in the last 6 months, though. Last month, though, has been pretty good. I do need to drink a little bit more water, though. Not like I haven't been drinking any, but... Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying the last 6 months were bad. It's just like they were starting to get pretty dire. I'm not gonna lie. I've even learned the idea of like knowing, like not actually knowing, but thinking you do know until you don't know. If that makes sense. It sounds weird. I wouldn't do this for every situation. But there's some situations where I will actually like make myself think that I do know until I actually know that I don't know, if that even makes sense. Kind of what I was talking about. It's like, okay, I have an idea, I'm pretty sure I think I know until I figure out that I don't know. It sounds so weird to think about. Because I used to have this certainty mentality where it's like, unless I absolutely know, I'm probably going to say no. And that sounds incredibly confusing. It's like, yeah, no, it's basically like delusion in a way. So it's, someone tells you a situation, do you know how to do this? It's like, yes. And then you go out and do it, or you do part of it, and then you ask the rest. You basically act like you forgot how to do it. Or at least some idea. And then you could just put the rest together, and that's it. So you combine what you already know with what you don't know from another person. It's like a puzzle. You have some of the pieces, you could put them kind of in a spot, but you just ask where the rest of the pieces go. What's up, potato chips? I wouldn't suggest that for every situation, but that seems like it works pretty well. No matter if someone, you know, calls you a liar or whatever. You know, stuff like that. Either a liar or like dumb because of doing that, because it's like, oh, you actually didn't know type of thing. It's like, just brush that off. Seriously. Someone does that. Alright, see you, Brayden. Actually, I might be ending this stream soon, thinking about it. Pretty close. Pretty soon. A couple minutes. What I'm gonna pretty much say on that. So I started a so I started a timer a little under an hour ago before you got here, and it's pretty close to being going off. Pretty close to going off. So I was like, okay, I either finish this layer or the timer ends, which there is no way in God's earth I'm finishing it in time. I actually thought I would make more progress in this. I finished a whole layer today, though, pretty close, or pretty much a whole layer, at least. Pretty sure even more than that, actually. Maybe. Actually, don't know. I was also messing with the audio, too, though, so... Definitely wasted a lot of time doing that, but it's fine. It's a new stream, anyway. New era of streaming, basically. Even though I feel like I've barely left. How large is one layer? Honestly, I have no idea. It's like 400 by 100, I think. Somewhere around there. Even though it's technically less because there's these gaps where all these torches are. So, definitely less than that, but that's a lot just for placing coal. Oh, there it is. Okay, let me just finish this inventory, then we'll go. I'm gonna just keep procrastinating to take off. Just keep procrastinating this. Okay, yeah, no. After this layer, then I'm actually done. Or, sorry, inventory. After this inventory is done, not layer. I play a little bit of Bedrock, not much though. It's just on a server, some friends. I don't play on it too often though. After this, after I do all this, place all these stuff place all this in my inventory, or at least in my main inventory, not counting this stuff, of course. But I'm gonna count how much coal I have left. Or sorry, not how much I have left, how much I've already placed. I've played Java. I played Java before Bedrock, actually. So I played Pocket Edition first, and then PS3 version, and then Java, and then PS4. Yeah, I do play other games. I'm just trying to be very selective about my time. Because I'm probably going to be doing a lot of streaming, by the way, because I have these list of goals that I want to do and other stuff. But instead of trying to divide it too much, instead of trying to divide it per day, it kind of overwhelms me a bit too much. So I'm like, okay, what if I just tackled each goal individually? So that doesn't mean I'm going to sacrifice everything for this, but I'm definitely going to try to get a bunch of streaming done. If I have to study for something or something like that, then I will. But for the most part, okay, there we go. I'm going to be doing this project. I have to do this. It's gonna kill me knowing that that's like that. This lack of precision thing is kind of annoying sometimes. There you go. Okay. Oh, lag, thank you. Okay, let's see how much. God dang it. Again, you know what? Screw it. I'll. Jesus Christ. I'll fix that later. Oh well, whatever. I don't even care anymore. Let's just see how much coal I've technically gotten done. Not counting these little end pieces right here. So I've done here. Here, let me just make a little marker. So right here, over has 2 layers, and this layer over has 3. So I've done. So these are roughly 400 blocks each. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 15, 16, 17. 46, so that's 46. I've not created a world download. So 46 times 3 times 400. Jesus Christ. 55,000 plus. $17 times 2 times 400. Yeah, it was pretty spot on. 68,000 coal, and I still have several double chests, by the way. And the shulker boxes. So, this is probably gonna be like 80 or 90,000 blocks of coal or something stupid like that. 75 to 100 and... Sorry, 75 to like 90,000 blocks of coal. Coal ore to mine. Scary to think about. Where did I get these? You know, I'm not even a question. You know, I need to go fix this real fast. Wherever it is. Did I miss it? No, I didn't. Okay. Yes, absolutely fun. It's literally covering the beacons. Beacons are being consumed by coal ore. It's taking over. Okay. Guess I'll go and end it now. It's actually a pretty nice stream. I hope I can stream. Oh, you actually checked out Operation Excavation. Yeah, that's... You know what's funny about that actually? If you see my video style, that's actually what inspired me to have that video style, was that video for Operation Excavation. That is the video that inspired my update videos. Legitimately. But, besides that, I guess we'll see you guys later for now. Hopefully tomorrow, maybe. Guess we'll see. See how good my time management skills are and or my commitment skills are. If I can. I don't know. But oh, you're good, McInnes. I'll probably stream tomorrow or something, I don't know. Hope I can stream more consistently, is what I'm working on. But yeah, see you in a year, yeah. I'll see you guys in a year, I guess.